Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, and I guess Luna the dog also saying hello. We're at your service. The moment I started. Yeah. You have to join in. Oh. Where's music? Music. There we go. Synthwave. But yeah. So my intro was slightly interrupted there, but hey. Building chat. Daisyogre. High grade. I'm sure we got majority of it here. Also, there's a couple of panels still that I want to paint on here and here. Make it completely color accurate, but pretty much on point. I've noticed there's about paint there I've missed. I'm scraping it back off. When we get the leg, we'll give it his horns and build the legs. So, and construction, finish it today. And any like final details, we'll see how much time we have to work on that. And I guess the Daisyogre's almost finished. Take my time with this one, I guess. Weird how it's taken so long to build this. And yet, Synduality is the game. I've just slowly stopped playing it. Like I maybe once or twice a week, just like jump into it, just do a story or two, and then that's it. Kind of a shame because I did quite enjoy it when it first came out. Though I suppose season 2 of Synduality Echo Veda will be end of next month. Like end of April, start of May. So hopefully there's like some major improvements to the game. Because like, there's nothing content-wise other than just rinse and repeat right now. Right then. Also, I already need to do as well. Is pop this shoulder back off, because I thought of a good way of the seam line not fully hidden. So I think what I'll do with that is like snip off like tiny bits of the runner. It's kind of almost makes Burgu almost, I guess. Just to fill in a tiny bit of the seam lines that are like on spikes. Which honestly, you can't see it from the front. So, you know, maybe it'll be fine. I mean, I should just give the way once over. I'll decide that at some point. Did you decide that before I put stickers around the base of the spikes? Right, where are we? Let's get this feet out of the way for a second. Because I've got the... How do I turn it a bit? You get the horns on here, and then horns in those play parts. Horns, weapons, legs, basically. Yeah. Alright, I need the F runners and the C runners. Yes. Ow. Just knuckled the boom mic stand thingy. That's the A runner, which just has the chain whip thingy on it. B runner, which only has parts for the legs and alternate hands plus the stand. E1, leg part. F1. Where are you? F2. One Kneepad left on it. E-runners have parts for the gun and Kneepad. C2. C1 needs both of these actually. Let's get the horns. Which they're distinct left and right. Okay. Obviously. Because I'll see the curvature of this. F8 and 9. That's wonderfully confusing there, Bandai. But this side, I need numbers F8 and 9. Why is it diagonal? Then 7 and 10 to the other side. I feel like the smart thing to do would be maybe have it like 8 and 9, or 7, 8, and 9 and 10. Well, whatever. To get the other side as well while I'm at it. I spent a weirdly long amount of time on this. It was like kind of almost like in between like a high grade and a master grade, just because it has a cockpit, but which at a larger size. So having to paint the pilots definitely slowed me down. Everyone else is for legs, pretty much. And weapons. There we go. The horns are scroll require a sticker. Oh, speaking of sticker. Here they are. Still hadn't said the manual. I need to decide what to build after this, because potentially get this finished today. I feel like I maybe might spend one more stream on it just to kind of have a detail pass. And then decide what to build next. Because I have a very large pile to decide with. Like maybe just do a couple of nice simple high grades. Or maybe something more complicated. Just a straightforward build. Got some real grades I could build. I haven't built a real grade in a while. Today is a nice chill Thursday afternoon. Feeling confident. So technically, I guess it's not technically gunplay because it's not a Gundam. And technically, by definition of the word Gundam, Daku high grade would not be a gunpla. But it's from Gundam, so it counts. This is made by Bandai, so yeah, kinda counts. Kinda. At your leg. Right. Sanding sponges. I guess issue with being a gunpla builder is always like having the time to build things. I could always make more time, I guess. You have to sacrifice something else, like gaming time and sleeping time. Yeah, if I didn't build things on stream, I'd be in one of two scenarios. Building way faster, or not building at all. This gives me some kind of consistency. Even if I sometimes miss some weeks. I really want to build perfect grade? Perfect grades are massive and expensive. Maybe a mega size. Like the mega size Arc 78. Because that's like 1/48 scale. That could be fun. I get my hands on one. Basically like a giant high grade, right? Now, what has happened in the world of Gunpla over the past week? Let's think. Oh, I watched G-Quux on Saturday. G-Quux beginning. That was pretty good. I'm very intrigued where this alternate timeline will go. I'm excited to see the full show starting in April 8th. Well, I suppose that will end up being episodes I've already technically seen. Well, for like maybe the first 2-3 weeks, it'll just be stuff I've seen already. That's the front of it. This is the back of it. Okay. Realizing now that I could have maybe filed those together. Technically, there's going to be a seam line. Well, it's such a well-designed seam line that I could very easily be, you know, categorized as a panel line. Like right down there. Maybe. I just want to try gluing it. I don't know. Things have already failed the edge. Probably not. No, I'll make a panel line. Maybe. There's a look on the box artwork, actually. Yeah, it's just okay. Technically, it should be solid. I have no line down it. Things have already filed it. I don't know how well that will stick together. It's no longer even anyway, so no, let's not bother. It's what it is. Could have paid attention to that first. Oh well. think I maybe should glue that seamline away if I can. Make it one solid piece. Actually, let's look at the Daisyogre like reference images. Daisyogre. Yeah, there's definitely no paneling down the horns. Let's get the other horn ready to go, and I'll just attempt to glue them both. Well, seeing as how I need to file them both. Now with hindsight, I could not clean up the nubs on that, instead get them both glued. The one might look better than the other. Maybe. This is gonna be tough to open. Ugh. There's that familiar smell. Who doesn't love that smell, right? Plastic cement. Good old squeeze. Squeeze as much as I can. Hey, Red, how's it going? Still working on the Daisyogre. Wow. We got main body, arms, there's some feet off to the side here. Yeah, still working this a little bit. Just need to basically put these horns on here, build the legs, and then that's it built. Then it's just like, you know, detail stuff. So I've just like decided to glue the horns, the front and back sides of it, because there's no visible seam on it in any of the images. So it's like, okay, try and glue that together. Get rid of the seam as best I can. Same goes for like this shoulder. I need to kind of touch up the seam line a bit. It's like didn't quite get rid of it. Haven't touched your backlog yet. The backlog, as always, it continues to grow. You can try to tackle the backlog, but the backlog battle, you can never clear your backlog. You can only reduce it. Only 3 in your backlog, though. That's actually pretty reasonable amount, actually. They're either RGs or MGs. Ah, okay. Yeah, my backlog is majority high grades. Just because high grades are cheap and very easy to start collecting, and then the pile gets really high, and you're like, oh dear. No, there's like maybe 6 master grades in my pile, I think. Well, actually, I can't remember. There's the Freedom. There's the Duel, the Buster, the Providence, the Destiny, the Dynamis, the New Gundam, Epion, and oh wait, Zeta and the Hyakushiki. Oh no, I have more massacres than I thought. And then the Zaku Warrior concert version. So there's technically, okay, I guess I have 11 master grades in the backlog. That, yeah, having no space for models is part of the reason why I think I've been taking so long building this. I've like gone super slow down with it. Same with like when I did the Force Impulse as well. I started like slowing down my speed until I can get some more space available. Also, hey Finn, how's it going? Do you have a RG Zazabi? Oh, I have an RG Zazabi clear color. I need to build that. MGX Strike Freedom. I want to get that. Nova Lizard. Oh, okay. So like a third party one. Okay. You can't show your backlog. You get confiscated for health and safety reasons. I mean, Finn, if I look at my right now, there's a wee small shelving unit next to my bed. The pile of boxes on it. Now, this is maybe a meter high shelving unit. The remaining 2 meters to the ceiling is Gunpla. To be fair though, some of those boxes are actually built kits. I need to just, you know, break them down. Because there's like 3 master grade size boxes at the bottom, 2 of which are built kits. And then the rest is like a twin tower of high grades and real grades. And that's just one pile. There's another pile over there. And another one over there. Those ones are smaller, though. Just like where there's space available. High grade Sauron. Nice. Best way to describe the lizard is a Sazabi, but on steroids. Ooh, an expansion set inspired by the heavy arms. That sounds intriguing. those horn cap tidied up. Box alone is bigger than both MG boxes. I mean, just going by like this, the normal zombie master grade, that's a huge box. I've seen it. That's like, yeah, double the size of normal master grade. Actually, the master grade, the zombie box, is entering perfect grade territory. Mm-hmm. Hell, even the real grade is pretty big. The lizard's approximately 25 centimeters tall. Okay, quarter of a meter. Pretty big. If you finish building it, or lizards, you can put the blanket in an empty box and sleep like a cat. Yeah, when you're done with your boxes, if you have a cat, there you go. The cat will be happy. Or when your significant other goes, you spent how much on Gunpla, and then you're sleeping in that box. There's always some kits that you just go, I want to see that. Ow, did I just get a splinter off that chop stick? The links won't work on chat, unfortunately. You drop in the Discord, though. Okay, just scratch. Hey, there's Finn on. Thank you, Finn. Finn just inciting you to say, join us in our madness. One of us. Like you, Bill Gumpla, one of us. It's like the opening for Megas XLR. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots. I always find how like Megas XLR was a show that was kind of part and part mocking the mecha genre, but instead made one of the coolest entries, especially for a Western made product. It was definitely having a laugh with it. Arts and crafts. Cool. Well, look. Discord is. Arts and crafts. Ooh. Infinite dimension. Holy moly. This is what the Suzabi would look like in the G-Quux universe. With that insane detail. After having watched G-Quux last weekend, like the titular G-Quux already looked kind of cool. Well, I want the Red Gundam even more now. The Red Gundam's freaky looking, but like it's freaky looking in the cool way. I think these caps are the same. Now, the horns. I did glue the seam lines in hopes that I can get rid of the seam line, but we shall see. I feel like it's been a week since it's been out. Most of the world, right? I feel like we can talk. Everyone at this point knows it's an alternate UC. The Zaku, yeah, the Zaku, like at certain angles, like from the promotional pics of like, or like the line art stuff, the Zaku looks kind of weird. And again, most of the line art tends to have that angle where it looks a little weird. But like seeing the high grades, like when they showed it off, like one of the hobby shows a few weeks back, the Zaku design in motion as well, that Zaku was really kind of cool. Because it's very, honestly, I think everything from that 1 Year War alternate timeline felt very industrial, which made sense for like this is the first generation of mobile suits, so it had that industrial feel. Also interesting fact, the term G-Quux is used as a placeholder name at Stanford U itself. Yes, I understand it's a programming terminology. They even say it in the anime series when they're looking at the operating system of the G-Quux. Apparently it is literally a placeholder name in this series as well. So, interesting. Oh yeah, I think unless you're a programmer, you probably would never hear that word. It is that kind of word. But it's very interesting. Oh yeah, definitely get like an upgrade at some point. It's like how Ariel got the rebuild. It's commonplace now. Starting with Zeta Gundam, really, it's commonplace for the pilot to use one mobile suit at the start of the show and then about halfway through upgrade to a second thing. Obviously, the original Gundam, it was, you know, just got an internal upgrade. Have you not seen it yet? Yeah. God, I saw it yet last weekend, and it was so good. Yeah, April 8th, it will be streaming on Amazon Prime. Though I heard someone say on Twitter, I saw someone say on Twitter, that apparently the first half of the movie, which was the alternate 0079, that's not going to be in the broadcast version, apparently. I think the broadcast version will start with episode 1 and the UC 0085 alternate. Which, I mean, maybe that means perhaps that 0079 stuff is actually just like an episode further down the line. It's like maybe a flashback thing, but they used it for the movie to explain everything. Like, this is what we do here. We talk mecha. We love the mecha. We drive the giant robots and spaceships. That's me in a nutshell. There's no such thing as yapping too much about mecha. Everyone loves it. Yeah, the whole... If I had not known about it being the alternate UC, like, I know Bandai was trying to keep that secret before it launched in Japanese theaters. Had I been able to see that without ever knowing that first couple of minutes, even knowing it was an alternate UC, put a massive smile on my face. Just because it's a very familiar beginning, but different. Especially with the narration. I start going in depth about why X mecha would beat Y mecha, and she like, so X beats Y due to simple reason. Got it. That's the thing, is like, no, it's more complicated than that. Like, everyone we just love to nerd out about things. There's always like, could this Gundam beat that Gundam? And it's like, well, this Gundam has this technology and this Gundam has that technology. Like the age-old, like, people go, oh, well, the Barbiters has nano-limited armor and this is immune to all beam weapons. It's not immune, it's near invulnerable. Hardcore Barbitus stan. Yeah. That's the thing is, like, yeah, the Barbitos has that nano-laminate armor, so, like, yeah, it's near impervious to beam weaponry. Yeah, they always depend on the script. That's exactly it. Whoever's scripting it. But let's say the Barbatos is going up against the Freedom. Nearly all of the Freedom's firepower, it will shrug it off. Yeah, it becomes a war of attrition, really. Because then, on the other side of things, hey, the Freedom has phase shift armor. Makes it near impervious to physical attacks, which the Barbatos only has physical attacks. It has no energy weaponry. So it's like war of attrition. Neither of them can hurt each other until they overload the system, which we saw in Seed Freedom. Even on the Strike Freedom Spec 2, the phase shift armor eventually got overloaded and shut off. So, with a sustained attack, the Freedom phase shift can eventually just disable to stop overheating. Nano-laminate, the special coating, I guess it would burn up over time, so a sustained battle could definitely do damage. Unfortunately, there is... Yeah, the Re-Rise Battle Log, that's basically it. Yeah, that Re-Rise Battle Log answered that question, really. Of course, the Freedom has one thing people forget. Those hip-mounted railguns. The railguns could damage the Barbatos. Or even like in Seed Freedom, like the Black Knights, they had tech that made them... oh yeah, true, in the build series, the strength of the suit. The build as well. I like the Black Knights had that tech for, you know, absorbing energy blasts. So everyone from, you know, Compass then grabbed a prototype railgun and took that with them. Because you know what it's like when fighting the Black Knights? What's the first thing they targeted? The Freedom's railguns. Oh, the Kigali? Yeah. Kigali. Ah! How could you have such impure thoughts during a battle? Like, Kigali's just like, what do you mean impure thoughts? Apparently the novelization explained exactly what he was thinking about. And explains that they'd never been together physically, the characters. So basically he just remembered when he first met her on the island. And then she had to take her top off because she was soaking wet. He was just thinking about back to the island, apparently. Oh, Shin was the goat. Shin, I loved that Shin was just like, hey, you beat me in the justice. Now I have my destiny. Let's see what I can, I'll show you what I can do. And he wrecked the other Black Knights because, hey, guess what? You can't read his thoughts if he's acting on pure instinct. He's not thinking what he's doing. He's acting on pure instinct. He's a wild animal in battle. Yeah, and Shin was just such an angry person in Destiny because he was working through his own issues, and he had people manipulating him as well. It's interesting to see Shin and Freedom, because that's Shin who finally has control of his own destiny, unintended. He's no longer got someone puppet mastering him. He finally has control of his own life. Yeah, it's Alligar, yeah. The only thing I always think they maybe slightly missed the mark with, how the Destiny Spec 2 has a darker color scheme compared to the original Destiny. I felt like that should have been the other way around. Because like the Legend had a darker color scheme compared to the Destiny. If the Destiny had also had a slightly dark color scheme, and then it was a brighter color scheme in Freedom, it would have kind of been like, now he's a good guy. But I guess, you know, a 20-year gap between production. Just about, so. You got Noir the first Gundam? Nice. The first Gundam's animation has not aged well, but the story is great. Also, I just love it when, like, Kira's like, Shin, I need you to, like, protect the Millennium because, like, he believes and trusts in him, and it's like, the smile that put it on Shin's face, like, hey, I'm trusting you to do this. I'm leaving you responsible by yourself. That's all he wanted. That's all Shin wanted, was someone to say, I believe in you. Make your own decisions. Mm-hmm. Blame this misfortune in your birth. Oh yeah, that is such a good moment. Because when you think about all the zombies, Garmo's the one who had nothing to do with, you know, Char's parents' death. Because he was the same age as Char. Like, he was just a kid too. He had nothing to do with that shit. So it's that blameless and the misfortune of your birth, because you had nothing to do with it. He was just a zombie. Technically, Dozel had nothing to do with it either. Because that's the underhanded tactics that Dozel likes. He prefers a straight up fight. Then again, Dozel also oversaw Operation British, so, you know, not completely immune from gummy tactics. Mm-hmm. Seed Freedom really was just like a love letter for Seed fans. Especially because Destiny kind of ended in a weird way. We're just like, oh, it's over. Like, wait, what? At least the remaster added in a couple of little extra scenes. Also, there's the Seed Freedom 0 that's being worked on, which obviously is like a prologue to Freedom. Oh yeah, the after images were so freaking awesome. The fact the after images makes me want to get clear versions of the Destiny for an after image, because I think clear color kits, if it's a mobile suit that has an after image ability, perfect. It's after image. Same for Trans Am as well. The F-21's after image. Destiny's Wings of Light, Trans Am, those all make sense to have clear color versions of kits. Trans after image. Oh yeah, that pearlescent, like the Inky's pearl. I feel like they've got it in both. They've got like Trans Am as in that metallic Inky injection, but then they also have clear color versions as well. So I think you need to have both. You'd have the original kit, the pearlescent one, and then the clear color. Because the default pearlescent one's that's going Trans Am, and then the clear colors is after image during Trans Am. Thinking also like of the Destiny, I did see that Gundam Med now does have the Destiny Spec 2 with the Zeus silhouette. 60 quid, high grade, but when you have a like 20 centimeter long cannon, understandable. I mean, I've got a few Freedom kits I haven't bought yet, so like I need to kind of catch up, which requires spending a bunch of money at once. I still did at some point get them. You got the Zogok? Wait. Oh, where'd you get? Dynamite doesn't have the Zogok yet. But when that comes, I need to get the Zogok. I love that the Zogok was so popular in the movie, they made a kit. Because they originally weren't intending to. And then it's like, it became like the star of the movie. Everyone loved it. The band was like, you know what? Let's put that in to production now. And so like the next model festival, like basically here's the first prototype of it. Here's Xenoblade Chronicles X. Predator's gonna be like, oh, mine arrived before stream. Yay! Yay! I never got to play this when it came out on the Wii U, so I'm excited to play this now. Guess what tomorrow's stream's going to be, by the way? This. Also, it gives a keychain, which is nice. So, like, yeah, on the Wii U, I never played it because I didn't have a Wii U. So, just drop something. Go bit it. Also, like the payment didn't go through or something. It's annoying. You played a lot of the Wii U. I missed out on it because I had the Wii U. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe Nintendo find a way to also port over Star Fox Zero. But then the gameplay relied on the second, the screen controller a lot, so probably not. Nah, I just ordered mine directly from Nintendo because I was like, why not? The thing is, like, I turned on my Switch this morning. Like, oh yeah, I've not had this. I've had the plug switched off for like forever, so I need to charge my Switch. I'm just charging currently. Also, I did see that Kotobukiya just reissued one of the model kits from the game, from Xenoblade, one of the scales. I mean, it's reissued for pre-order for like October, like on Hobby Link Japan right now. Might order that. And you fancy PayPal since I have my card on that. So we tried going through because I had both. Oh, so it had both of your pre-orders on it, so it kind of just like got confused or something. I thought maybe it was going through twice by accident. That's annoying. Okay, that seamline is not going to be as invisible as I was hoping. Ah, okay. Well, hopefully it arrives. Oh, GameStop wanted to charge both at the same time, even though they're a week apart. Ah. Yeah, that's why I decided to go to Nintendo directly. They did have an edition that also came with like a mat, but that was sold out. But I'm certainly excited to play it tomorrow. Oh dear. Well, hopefully it arrives before the weekend. I mean, this is Thursday, so hopefully it arrives tomorrow or Saturday. Yeah, we can get some weekend time with it. Yeah. I think it's filled in more on this side, which is good. Just trim up the excess. There. Before Monday, hopefully. I mean, I'm going to be streaming it tomorrow, so swing on by and enjoy it with me. My first time playing it. Oh, your weekend is Monday, Tuesday. Ah, okay. I have like wonderful like misfortune slash misfortune. Like because my shift changes every week. Like I have the day off, and then I just by luck have the next 2 days off as well. So I have 3 days off in a row because 2 weeks have bumped up against each other in a weird way. So half the time, Monday, Tuesday, ends being my time off as well. They're in the medic and you're in the cemetery. So when they screw up, it's your turn to do the job. Okay, got it. Your fancy the Hello Kitty Deluxe and the Xenoblade X. Oh, yeah, the OST is a jam. There's so many things I didn't realize were from that game. I just heard because also the composer Sasuano has like done so much stuff. Like it pops up in my like playlist of like similar stuff. I'm like, oh, this is from that. Sweet. I've been listening to Black Tar a lot recently because that just is a really cool song. I got added to Xenoblade 2. I saw that Uncontrollable was added, so I was happy. Yeah, I haven't played any Xenoblade games before. I was always intending, like, X got my attention because it has mechs in it. I think after I play this, I'll probably then will maybe play through Chronicles 1, 2, and 3 as well at some point. Because they're all on the Switch. Because they all look like great games. Black Tar is actually interesting. It directly links the events before the game and that break into the song. The first half is fighting on foot and the second half is scale fighting. Ooh. I definitely, the lyrics, having just, even just from the trailer and little tiny bit gameplay I've seen, it definitely feels like it's telling the story of the start of the game, basically. Yeah. Airfield's pretty much caught in the crosshair between two factions. Yeah, from what it seems to say in like the backstory of this game is like Earth just got caught in the middle of a war between other alien races and got devastated by it. You know, just Earth. Imagine being just Earth. You just mind your own business. First contact with aliens. Oh, they're fighting each other over in orbit. Black tars that ooze at residuals from the one invading faction. Ooh, interesting. Looking forward to learning so much. Not gonna lie, glad the girl has her own game on the Switch now. Celia has one of my favorite cards from X. Ah, sweet. I don't know the names of the characters yet, so I don't know who's who. You're pretty late in the story. She's the last party member you get in the... Ah, okay. That's why I have no clue who they are then. I've just like seen little bits from the start of the game, so like I know a couple of the first few members. Don't really know their names yet. I just kind of recognize them. It'd be a fun first experience for a game that I wanted to play years ago and couldn't. With Xenoblade Chronicles X being on the Switch now, that means all the Xenoblade Chronicle games are now on the Switch. Obviously, wasn't Xenoblade Chronicles originally a DS game? Before getting a port, and then 2 and 3 were just Switch games. I know there's like Xenosaga as well, which is like predates everything. Xenogears, apparently they're a thing as well. They're much older. Is one of the best dual pistols in game. Ah. Tidying up. Funny, I called this stream leg day. I have not even touched the legs yet. Because I'm just fiddling with these horns to get rid of the seam lines. Oh, sweet. You can do that? I didn't know that. Okay. I will drop that in the Discord later. Okay, everyone playing Xenoblade Chronicles X. There's co-op bosses like Monster Hunter. Oh, hell yes. I knew there was going to be something multiplayer related to it, but I wasn't 100% sure. I feel like this is a game that's going to basically be given a second life, because I won't be surprised if this game sells more copies on the Switch than it ever did on the Wii U, just because people didn't have the Wii U, like me. I am one of those people that thought the Wii U was an accessory and not a separate console, which is insane considering how much of a gamer I am. That even I got confused. So, Nintendo calling the Switch successor to Switch 2? Smart. Now, if only Xbox could get their naming conventions, you know, started. A multiplayer hub is 32 players, and each session has a series of goals on top of a mission board. Oh, okay. There's an extra layer of this game I wasn't 100% aware of. The seamline is slowly vanishing. I mean, that seamline's not even visible on camera anymore, is it? This is why plastic cement's great. That looks like one piece of plastic now, rather than two. Ah, sweet. Also, you get to pick a faction in game to join. Doesn't really matter. Each faction gives you the higher percentage XP for doing the things. Ooh. I'm learning about a whole extra layer to this game I was not aware of. Which is going to make the game even better. I have one side seamline like is invisible pretty much, but the other side less so. One warning I'd give me: be careful where you're walking. The world's filled with overleveled boss monsters. I've seen memes of like people like, oh, this kick-ass soundtrack just started. Oh, I'm dead. Like really early in the game. Because they wandered into the wrong area. Yeah, I've definitely heard of that. Like, you're free to explore this world. Uncontrollable. Ah, yeah. Pirate Notorious Monster theme. Got it. If Uncontrollable starts playing, run away. or just accept my fate. I shall make sure to listen to that soundtrack so I know when I hear it. Black Tower starts off really slow with the synths. Controllable starts off with some aggressive guitars. Aggressive guitars, noted. Aggressive guitars is aggressive enemy nearby and you're going to die. Thing is that uncontrollable. The song has two singers, a male and female. Ah, I definitely heard this song. I'm pretty sure I've heard at least snippets of it. Now, as long as the lyrics aren't in Latin. If the lyrics are in Latin, you're screwed. Like the boss's health bar refills. The theme music now has lyrics. The lyrics are in Latin. That's when you know you're screwed. The seamline on this side's slightly gapping it still. So being on the inner side of the horn, it should maybe hide it a bit from depending on how I angle it. That relationship falling apart because the male chooses due to your relationship and the female chooses coming. You realize why. Oh wow. Deep meaning. I think it fails a little bit more. I might get it. I might need to get the upper stuff though. Oh, don't let it go into my eye. That's what happens when you hold things too close to your face. What? was a hair, not dust. I'm gonna tell you what class you pick. There's like 8. There's 8 classes once you finish the starter class. Wow, I didn't realize there was that many. Did you get to try them out, or at least a good explanation of them? I imagine the game has some kind of explanation. Say, hey, this is different classes. Once you master one class, you can use the weapons on any other class. Oh, okay. So you can multi-class then, right? Or is it like, the weapons are, okay. Is that like for like replayability, like you finish off one and then the next playthrough, you have like bonuses because of the previous class, kind of like with Mass Effect? Or you can just straight up change classes. One central save fail and you can change class whenever. Ah, cool. Always nice when that is a thing. That way you can go, you know what, I'm not digging this class, let's try something else. Classes are divided by levels. There's one level 1 class, 3 level 3 classes, and 6 level 3 classes. And those level 3 classes evolve again. Wow, that's a lot of depth. Sounds awesome. The whole menu is easy to look at. That's good. Alright, that's one horn that looks like it is seamline free now. I mean, there's like faintly there, but like not that you're really gonna see it. There's some filing marks still. Drop that. Yeah. To my desk. There we go. Let me drop a piece and it just bounces off my leg, goes under the desk. Luckily, I heard it hit the shelf underneath, so I was like, easy enough to find. Plus, it's not exactly small. Fairly large white piece. Alright, this looks pretty decent. In the Gunpla black hole, happy. No. The Gunpla belongs on my desk and my shelves. The black hole can starve. Each line has their own theme. You have melee, tank, rogue, ranged, buff, and healer. Okay. I do like ranged combat. Well, but then too, I also like being tanky. So. Directions is going on this way. Yeah, for the other one. Which is when I feel like this won't disappear as much as I thought it would. Because I did sand the notes beforehand, so I might have taken a little bit of material off already, so this might not work as well. The healer's melee weapon is damn flashy. I'm a healer, but flashy weapon. I'm gonna need that. Regret. This. Yeah, it'll do it. Yeah, this seamline might not be as easy to get rid of because the edge of materials already could have dipped off a bit. And every oh sorry, I must have been there. Also, each class has limited passive slots based on the class. You can have a build variety. Ooh, nice. And every NPC is a version of one class or another, so you also have team variety. Ooh, good to know. For example, Healy has a modified debuffer. Ah. The seamline is very slowly disappearing. A class name plus means that the NPC uses weapons that usually aren't in that class. Oh, neat. Like a specialist. Like basically multi-classing, kind of. It's not working so bad. Let's take a little bit more material off on this side, I guess. It should be fine. Air quotes on the word should. Healer's class, or base class, is ray gun plus knife. Her modified class is dual guns plus knife. Ooh. And you can change your leader at any time you like if you want to try another character before unlocking their classes if you want. get you. So, like, I could swap out being my protagonist character to be playing any of the other characters? So whatever character is selected as squad leader is the one you're physically playing as, but it doesn't have to be yourself. Kind of cool. Yeah, seamline is slowly disappearing. I'm definitely taking out more material in this part. A bit more. Each party member has their own arts and whatnot, and they will use whatever arts you set as you're fighting, because each NPC has a different AI. Ah. I think I saw something in like the gameplay overview, like the characters will call out a thing, and then if you use the correct art due to their call out, it basically does a thing. That looks pretty decent. Now for the other side, which looks atrocious. You can see that, I think, even with the per focus. Hey, at least the horns will look solid. What I want. Got it that time. Slipped out my fingers, but I caught it. Hello, Maximum Lurker. Welcome on in. Also, there's an interesting aspect to combat where as you're fighting, a skill will level up, represented by a colored circle around the ability icon. The higher the level, the stronger it hits, or the longer it lasts and whatnot. Okay, interesting. So a skill can level up during a fight? circle outline will build up time, so you would let your big attack level up before using it. Ah, okay. Like charging for a massive, charge up for massive damage, basically.
Reporting for duty.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Maximum Lurker. Much appreciated. Seamline here is maybe a little deep. There's speed building in RG Zaku too. God, I can't speed build. I am too pedantic with my build. If that's the right word. I'm like super fussy with it. Or like obsessive, maybe is the word. Like over my seam lanes and stuff. I get just building things quickly. I seem to have lost that ability over time. Nothing against using skills the moment they're available. It just makes fights for faster. Willing to wait. Ah, okay, okay. Wait a little bit, and you get more powerful damage. Do more damage in one go. Rather than chipping away at it, you can just like, I'm gonna charge him a laser. Dead. Or just screaming, Excalibur! And they're dead. Almost 2.5 hours in, probably 4% pieces processed. Nice, nice. I need to build an RG Zaku at some point because I've never built one yet. I built high grades, but never the real grade. Ah, okay. So you're like, you get all the parts, tidy them all up, and then assemble. Had your back look for a while. Also have the RG mine layer. Ooh, the mine layer. I thought that had an RG. Take a break from Gunpla. That is totally fair. Sometimes you need to take a wee break. I've kind of slowed down a bit recently. Due to just kind of running out of space. I've like slowed down until I can get some more available display space. Which I haven't actually done yet. But I'll get to it. Weapons don't perform as well as others. My favorite melee weapon is the slowest DPS wise, but because it's more of a death by 1,000 paper cuts weapon. Ah, gotcha. Movement has a trade-off, like fast speed, less damage, vice versa. Yeah, good old-fashioned mechanics there. The second time I dropped that part. High DPS melee in the Wii U version was the shield for reference, but it's really slow. Are you doing car models previously? Now you're gonna play? Yeah, having things you can just put together without glue is nice. So in this case, for the horns for this, I have glued them to get rid of the seamline. I haven't necessarily done the best job with it, but it gets the job done. Been very, very, very long time since I've just done like a car. Like I've sure built like a monster truck as a kid. I have a vague memory of that. It's one of the things, whenever I get the glue out, unless it's cement, the smell reminds me of like my things when I was like really tiny, little kid. I was like, oh yeah, I remember the smell from when I was a child. Spoil anything too in depth, like moves and whatnot, covering the basics. You know, it's a lot of stuff I did not know read, so pretty helpful. Also, like now intimidating. It's like, oh god, there's so many things to learn. Airbrushing, yeah, I haven't really done any painting much. That's why I like Bandai's like snap kits, because you might need like some details here and there. So that being said, it can be fun to paint the pilots. No need for an airbrush here, just good old-fashioned manual brush. Same for Noir and the Hoffman in the back. So thinking about it, I really should maybe technically paint the inner walls the same color as this, but nah. I'll just panel line it. I'm quite proud of these characters. I'd also paint the hem first, kind of before I could build a cockpit around him. Now he's entombed in there forever, because I glued these parts on because it wouldn't close fully. Also, getting this cockpit to close properly is always a pain. It's like the part of the front likes to pop up slightly. Can't glue that though, or I won't be able to open it again. Oh yeah, painting one big piece is a pain. Little small areas is fine. I've got like a couple of panels on this I need to paint as well still. To be properly color accurate. But yeah, I definitely like painting details that are missing is fine for like the handbrush. But like anything like a large piece, yeah, airbrush, definitely better. Yeah, Synduality is like the anime series is great. Even when I played the open beta, I was like, okay, you know what? I kind of like in the open network test. I was like, okay, I kind of there. But then, as time progressed in the game, and the more often I got killed by other players, it became more frustrating. Plus side right now is because the player base has kind of dropped off, and they've tweaked the matchmaking mechanics. At least when I'm playing on Xbox, there's very few or almost no players. There are 80 players in stream. I think it's currently at 300 concurrent players. I'm like in the Discord and I see people posting and going, oh, it's had a slight jump. I think apparently it hit 600 within it most recent patch. Because apparently now they've got the patch that came out yesterday, adjusted the matchmaking again, a few other things. So, I don't know. So apparently there was like a Discord, town hall thing they do. And I've seen some parts that people translated. And it's like, there's bits for like season 2. I'm like, okay, I had to read the full thing they've got planned for season 2, because it might be the game is more friendly to people who don't want to PvP. But the matchmaking change they just did, apparently it's based on kills. So the more people you kill, the more likely you'll be in a lobby with other people who kill other players. Whereas if you never choose to kill people, or someone who's always a victim, you'll get chucked in lobbies with people who don't kill other people either. The matchmaking apparently works now. So I think you can theoretically play it as a PvP, well, just a PvE game with some co-op. And you might occasionally run into a hostile player. Maybe. It's still at the point where I wouldn't recommend the game to anyone. It has the potential to be better. But I still at the point where, like, while I still play it on and off, I still can't, like, justify, say, hey, go buy this. Because it's grindy as shit. That's the bigger problem I have now. It's grindy. Okay, I missed half of what you guys were saying about paints and stuff now. When we tangent. Left hand brushing recently. Got some fine brushes. I need to paint some miniatures. Because painting the cockpit and the pilot for this is as close as I got to painting a miniature. Also, I painted the 1/100 scale pilots, which, they're like, does it look good from a distance? Like, there's also the Gundam tabletop game that's coming. Not till next year, though. But the card game, the tabletop card game for Gundam, launches in July. And there is special editions of the starter packs that come with 3 models each from the tabletop. It's like an advanced kind of preview of it. So like the Heroic Beginnings card starter pack, you can just get the card starter pack, or you get the special edition that comes with a miniature of the RX-78, the gun cannon and the gun tank, which is pretty cool. I need to check out Tokyo Toys here in in Glasgow, because it's probably the only place I can think of that would probably stock. Well, maybe Forbidden Planet. They're probably the only 2 places up here that would stock it. Because at least Forbidden Planet also has Warhammer, despite there being a Warhammer store in Glasgow. Paint handy stickers, but yeah, I feel like some things are easier to paint than others. Like, if something's in a recessed area, then you could kind of just lightly put it in with paint or with Gundam markers. And here's the thing, if you're just putting acrylic paint or Gundam markers onto bare plastic, you could hotel stick, toothpick, and you can just like rub off excess paint very gently. That's what I do for like detail painting on bare plastic. You can easily remove any excess. But like the wings for like the Ale Striker pack and the Force Impulse one This will be a bit hit and miss trying to get enough, you know, layers and trying to get it streak free. Yeah. Tricky. Oh yeah, there is a Games Workshop Warhammer store in Glasgow, near Central Station. Also, like only a couple stores away from Tokyo Toys. But then you have Forbidden Planets way at the other end of the city, or like maybe like a mile away. Which then, of course, has similar stuff to both of them, including stocking Warhammer. Which is weird. Like there's like a mile apart between, if even a mile, between the Warhammer store and Forbidden Planet. Why would I go to Forbidden Planet for Warhammer? I could just go down to the actual store and skip the middleman. I feel like a lot of places have scalper scenes, unfortunately. I know Gunpla UK has a card game on pre-order as well. I like the idea of going to a physical store for cards. In theory, but not necessarily in practice, you might actually get it cheaper in Forbidden Planet. I think licensed retailers are allowed to sell cheaper. I think so, maybe? I don't know. I mean, for the actual Warhammer stuff? That's actually insane to think about. Or maybe it's just like they sell the same price and then obviously the Warhammer store gets a bigger profit margin. Yeah, directly. They want your buy your Grail kit. Ah, the 1100 RE Nightingale. I feel like they've not printed that in a while, have they? I think technically I have my Grail kit, which is the perfect grade strike freedom, which is in another room. Well, I've yet to build it because I was always scared of building it because I was like, I got it and then I was intimidated and didn't buy it. Constant Chaos cards just expensive. Unbuilt RE Nightingale with no tops to the box. Wait, what? Is it missing the box? Half the box? Weird. The PG Perfect Strike and Red Ashtray Kai. Ashtray can stand on its feet. Nice. Yeah, I feel like Lurker, that's kind of like me as well. That's why I've never touched my Perfect Grade Strike Freedom. Because when I got it, it was like one of the things where like, oh, I've got it. I'm too scared to build it until I'm better. Because it's like the kit I've always wanted. So now I'm like, which is funny. I've had it for years now, and in that time the Master Grade Extremes come out, and the Master Grade Extreme maybe looks better. Oh, the Ashtray can't stand. Got it. Funny how something can stand on their feet and others can't. What I should have done with the Perfect Grade was build it during lockdown. Can we just rewind nearly 5 years? Oh shit, actually, what the fuck? Been 5 years since lockdown started? Because it's 2025. Jesus. Pandemic is no distant memory. Yeah, the asteroid's pretty old, isn't it? The thing on Twitter about a dude in a Gunpla Discord who buys figures and he started building his RG Zazby without tool. Oh, I've seen people share that. And it's like, dude, it's a real grade. Don't do that. No, to be fair, my very first kit was a 1/100 no grade Dynamis. I ripped those off the runners. I'll be honest. But that was a 1/100 no grade. And I still filed down the, with a nail file, the nubs, best I could. This is why I need to build my master grade Dynamis with the skills I have now, and then have them standing side by side. Now, if you get an entry grade, they're meant to just be ripped off the runners because they're designed that way. Same for the Harrowpla. Like this very dusty looking fella here. Harrow. Harrows are so nice and cute. And I need to get more Harrows. Also need to dust him a bit. The version of released 2018, but the backpack makes it back heavy. Which is weird to think about the Ashtray having a big backpack. Let's suppose if it's a version with a bigger backpack, it makes sense. Anything with a big backpack, like the Strike as well, struggles to stand straight upright with the Ale Striker pack. So I have mine standing because he's got his feet spread and he's slightly bent. He's balanced. Action poses make all the difference. I don't know your first was a real Bandai. The cringe content and the technique. High grade Barbados Lupus. Nice. Right, your first model was years. Not building with a high grade gold Amatsumina. Nice. It's always interesting to see people's first build. Because if I can think back, I actually think of when the first MCM Scotland Comic Con was, which I think was 2013. That's the first one I built. For that 1/100th Dynamis. Funny how the first couple of years they're very spaced out, maybe one kit a year when I get one at a convention. My second build was the real grade Strike. Vastly different. And despite the so-called early real grade syndrome, it's holding its weapons and everything perfectly fine. I even added on the sword and the launcher from the Sky Grasper. And then Bandai announced a P-Bandai version of the Perfect Strike. Real grade. But my one's just holding them without the backpack attachment. So. Wing custom for car. Ooh, yeah, the wing custom for Carl looks nice. First OG model. So, oh wow, the original wing endless waltz. I mean, a well looked after RG strike or something that's just been sitting on an action base for 10 years. Like I say, early real grade syndrome is a myth or an exaggeration. As long as you're not playing with it with like an action figure, it will be fine. It's a model kit, not a toy. I love that there's like a gap between you building it originally and then adding in the extra weapons. Yeah. The only issue my real great Ale Strike has is it cannot hold its beam rifle. Because being my second ever kit, I made a oopsie daisy. So the little tab in the rifle handle that flips out to plug into the hand, I put it on backwards. So it would be in the left hand, right, not the right hand. So I tried to take it off and then snap this peg. So you can't hold your rifle. I need to look at the box for that. Maybe I can fix that now that I know how to. But I always just displayed him with the beam saber as a result. And now he's got the sword and the launcher, which, you know, look better built than he did in the strike. The strike stickers are coming off. I actually kind of want to get a real great strike again, and just, you know, re-experience it. Then again, I do have the Strike Rouge in my pile, real grade, so I could just build that to kind of re-experience it, like 10 plus years later. I want to do a diorama with RG Zaku. I want to do some dioramas in general. I've got a bunch of ideas, but I need space to like, because if I can't build a diorama here, this is my computer desk. This is where my keyboard normally is. So like, diorama, I wouldn't be able to. Once I have a secondary desk where that could be the dedicated build space, I think I can start learning diorama stuff. Because then I don't have to kind of keep rearranging my desk every time I want to stream. Like one diorama I want to do definitely, because obviously on stream I've built the high grade Freedom and Force Impulse. But that's the second time I've built those kits. Up on my shelf behind me, I have the metallic version of the Freedom and the Force Impulse that came as a set, the Battle of Destiny set. So it comes with a extra torso for the Freedom and the Excalibur sword to impale it with, which would be a really great starting point for a diorama to just do that scene. Obviously the extra torso is just plain gray white, so you have to paint it. Something small, like a 3 to 4 inch thing. The plastic box keychain thing? Plastic box keychain thing? Wait, is that when people like make a keychain from their gunpla and just attach it to their bag? Or at least that's a thing in Japan right now. People turning their gunpla to, you know, just have it on the side of their bag. Which is a small high grade? Sure. Man Roadie keychain? Yeah. Oh, I need to get a Man Roadie. Honestly, the next time I see the Tekkaden set on sale, I need to grab it. The one that comes with the Lupus, the Flaros, and like the Man Roadies stuff. Honestly, it is the 10th anniversary of IBO this year as well. So obviously the Master Grade Vidar comes out soon-ish. The Master Grade Lupus is obviously been announced. May for Vidar? Okay. MG Lupus is probably towards the end of the year. I think it's probably towards the end, start of next year. And a bunch of other kits probably get reissued as well. Of course, there's also the Urdu Hunt animation, which is kind of like, I thought the Urdu Hunt animation would be like the start of this year. But then we got the G-Quicks beginning, and I'm like, okay, that's probably been put to the side as in favor of the new thing. Though apparently the IBO series is getting rebroadcast in Japan this year as part of the celebration. Does it? Thunderbolt the same year? I mean, the app was cancelled. That's why the animation, the game got canned, but they're salvaging the animation. Is Origin also 10 years? Wow. Well, I suppose that was all around the 35th anniversary, right? Yeah. Also, Wings, 30 years as well. Because G Gundam was 30 years last year, Wing is 30 years this year, and then X is 30 years next year. Which is why they're getting the thing grouped together, kind of. Or is it 25th? No, it's 30. Like, who's going to win between X and X Suit? What if Kira and Mikazuki team up versus people we don't like? How much carnage can we create? I mean, Kira will still be trying to not kill them, whereas Mikazuki will be aiming for the cockpit. I don't think they'll get along very well. Mika's the type of person that Kira would interfere with. Well, if Mika and Athrun, then they're just going... Like, Athrun tries to disarm, but he's not as, like... Not as a hard rule for him as it is for Kira. Mika and Shen will kill without remorse. The Lupus, Rex, and the Destiny. Two demons coming right at you. I should fire up SD Gundam Battle Alliance and choose those two as my teammates just to see the conversation they have. SD Gundam Battle Alliance is definitely worth picking up. It's not quite as good as the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games, but it's a nice spiritual successor. But then, of course, there's, you know, SDs. The only issue I have with that game is it has no dub option. Because during boss fights, It is very difficult to read the subtitles of of everything their exposition are dropping while trying to stay alive. Though I can understand why they didn't do the dub for SD Gundam Battle Alliance, because a bunch of the dub actors for those old shows have since retired or passed away in some cases, or being recast and like for Seed, because Seed has 2 different dubs. You've got the original Ocean group for the TV broadcast, and then you have a different cast and script for the HD remaster. Make matters even more crazy, Mula Flaga in the Seed Freedom dub is the original Mula Flaga, not the remaster Mula Flaga. But that's going to confuse everyone. It's like they get all the remaster cast, but then got the original Mula Flaga. Like, why? Just stick with one cast. Even if the other actor is better. The original Mula Flaga is better. Yeah, SD Gundam. I used to stream it a bunch when it came out, stream through the whole story. There is a lovely archive over on my YouTube. Mula Flaga is great. Mula Flaga is like the best supporting character of pretty much every Gundam series. Because it's like he's obviously, because Seed is like a reimagining of the original 0079. He's Slager if Slager was better in every single way. Every single way. He takes the archetype of Slager and Quattro and kind of merges them together and creates a much better character than both of them. Also, Slager Law is a piece of shit. Slager, here's a fun thing. With the Dynasty Warrior Gundam games, obviously you got like the battles from the shows and stuff to do. Whenever Slager sacrificed himself to disable the Big Zam's eye field, I was like, oh my god, Slager, you're legend. Then I watched the show, and I've never wanted to punch someone in the face more. Slager, I was glad he died. Mula Flaga, on the other hand, End of Seed broke my heart. So when they resurrected them for Destiny, I'm like, oh, thank God. Yeah, Mula Flaga isn't to go. I love the symbolism of like a making the impossible possible and blocking the main cannon of the Dominion at the end of Seed to save the Archangel. Obviously sacrificing himself. We know he survives. And then, obviously, being Renoke with his amnesia. But then I'm blocking again a high power beam heading for the Archangel Bridge. And like how it triggers his memory. I mean, there's other parts as well, but that was like one point where it's like I think it almost fully unlocked his memory. This is the moment you died previously. But now you have a mobile suit that can reflect and tank this shit. So yeah, Mula Flaga is my favorite character. Like when Seed came out, Kira, very relatable. Because I was a similar age when I watched it. But like Mu was like the one you looked up to. You looked up to him as a character. Kira's epic. Kira's epic. Like it takes a lot of the same things he did with Amuro and like does it a different way. Well, I enjoy both. The OG and Seed. Sometimes the Seed hate is forced, I think. There's definitely legit criticism though. I mean, Seed is straight up meant to be a reimagining of it for the 21st century. I mean, just straight up said that. So like that's why it echoes it. So that's why the point people say, hey, that's why some people will complain and say, oh, it's just rehashing it. And it's like, well, it's because it's supposed to. It's what it was designed to do. It was to take the idea of it and reimagine it for a new generation, which is why it is the most successful alternate universe of Gundam. Because it did exactly what it was meant to do. It rejuvenated the fandom and brought in so many new fans. Every new alternate universe Gundam does the same thing. Brings in a new bunch of new fans. You know, G Gundam did it, Wing did it. Seed did it probably the most. Had the biggest influx. So, Double O, IBO, Bewitch. They all brought in a chunk of new fans. Diarca, yeah. Diarca as well had a really good sort of being a coggy, I'm a coordinator, I'm superior. You get shot down by a Skygrasper. And then had to surrender to the Archangel because like, well, my mobile suit's disabled, I can't move. Don't kill me. And then he saw, and having him then see the people in the Archangel, because he just saw a ship up to that point. When he saw the people and how he saw them as people in that moment, and realized that, you know, it doesn't matter if you're coordinate or natural, everyone's suffering. That was what I think Seed does better than the original Gundam, almost. Because the original Gundam, at the end of the day, Zeon are the bad guys. There are some bad people on the Earth side as well. Zeon, at the end of the day, were the bad guys. There were perhaps a couple of good people among them, but they were the bad guys. Whereas Seed, as the show went on, it really started to say, no, the Earth Alliance are the bad guys. And then, of course, Patrick Zala became in charge of Zaft and what's his face from Blue Cosmos. And oh god, there's fascists on both sides who just want to kill each other. Just following orders. The classic excuse. That's why I like the second half of Seed is like really good because it takes the whole. It's not, you know, Earth Alliance must defeat. Not the Earth Alliance must defeat Zaft. It's a third faction forming, and we need to stop everyone from fighting because it's got it out of hand, and it's just escalating itself. And of course, Rollo Crusade is the one escalating it by stirring the pot with his big giant Gundam spoon. Because there's always the thing that people forget about Rollo Crusade. He's a captain commander in the ZAF forces, but he's not a coordinator. He's actually a natural. He's just that good. Everyone in Thunderbolt is bad? Yep. Everyone in Thunderbolt was doing bad things. That's what the Cosmic Era as well. There was bastards on both sides. And then the Klein faction was the one that was like trying to be a light of hope. I think up until meeting Kira and the whole event that sunk her ship, before meeting Kira, Lacus was very sheltered. Was oblivious to like what was really going on with the conflict. But then she could see the writing on the wall, like, nope, there's bad people on my side too. I always love that when Atherin has to go find her and is like, are those your orders, Atherin Zala of Zaft? And it's like, it doesn't even address him as your fiancé, just more like of Zaft. Really put Atherin in his place and made him go, wait, well, why am I fighting? Honestly, Gundam always had shades of grey. The original Gundam had, bits of grey. Like, oh, there's some shady people in their Federation. Well, there's also some nice people in Zeon, like Ramble Raw, that are just doing their job. But it wasn't until Zeta where like, oh no, here you go. Our Federation are now full on corrupt. And they have a death squad. And the AUG is a mixture of former... Like, the AUG are literally a mixture of defectors from the Earth Federation and former Zeon soldiers like Quattro. But then, of course, Axis show up and go, hey, we're here too, we're evil. We want to resurrect Zeon. But then again, I mean, how can you deny the orders of Haman Sama? Hmm? Haman Sama orders you to drop a colony, you drop in a colony. Naming your credit. Yeah, whoever... Captimus Scirocco. I mean, that is a very Gundam name. I mean, he's the man from Jupiter, so I guess he grew up in the Jupiter colonies. It's funny to think about, because he's a space Noid, but he wrestled control of the Titans. He's also a sleazy bastard. Mm-hmm. And Rekawa? What were you thinking, Rekoa? You really left the Ayug for that? I know it's Quattro's fault. You're too busy thinking about Armoro. So by contrast, Emma Sheen was the big sister that Camille needed. The Palace Athene's your favorite. The Palace Athene's a very good design. Also, the Bolanox Saman just came out. Hey, 16 times a second. How's it going? I almost got rid of the seamline. I spent a long time filing these horns to get rid of seamlines. And then we'll be having definitely a fun tangent for different stuff. That's why it's called Build and Chat. Camille's ago. Camille, yeah. Camille was angry boy, but he learned to control that anger. Pop quiz. Everyone knows who killed Camille's mother. Jared. Who killed Camille's father? Do you remember? Now, wasn't it Quattro killed him? Wasn't Quattro shot down the stolen Rick Diaz? Probably. Well, I mean, Giran Zabi, he killed his dad with a colony laser. Or Gwel Jaturk in G-Witch. Though he did it to survive and by accident. Which was, oh god, when Gwel deployed in that mobile suit, and then you figured out, as soon as you clocked that mobile suit, the Lanza Sol, and the fact it wasn't receiving his transmission, you're like, oh no, they're going to do what they think they're going to do, and they did exactly what you thought they were going to do. That mobile suit they were trying to kill him was his dad. He had no choice. Tragic as fuck. Alrighty then, I think that looks pretty darn... Can you see the seam line? It is faintly there, but not too shabby. Yeah, I can see it. Obviously, with the camera won't be as good, but it's like faintly there with my eyes. But like as if I'm holding it close. But that's one way now. Right. Need some stickers on these. So you could theoretically do this with paint, actually. I mean, this might have been better with paint after all, but the back of it where it like overlaps itself, kind of a bit wonky. It's a sticker that might come off at some point because it's like where it overlaps at the back, it kind of isn't sitting quite right, but it'll be all right. go, both the horns. Which makes it the Daisyogre now. Now, to actually do the part I said I'm going to do the legs. Oh wait, there's one more thing to do first. One more thing on this page. That is the little rocket launcher thing on the shoulder here. Which we don't have in the game. Because in the game, you get 2 weapons to swap it with. I wouldn't mind sacrificing, if the game, instead of having a second weapon you could switch with, had like mountable weapons that you could use as like secondary weapons, but maybe they were like close range only, limited. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool just to have options. All right, Sea Runner. Number 35, 34. Oop, hold the mic, sorry. Oh shit, that just fell onto the floor. We didn't go far. There we go. Now there's 2 other parts needed for that. Like hopefully will not fly on the floor. 29, 28. Right there. Once it's built, I'll be trolling in the backyard and looking at area crystals. Like I'm doing that as the big giant ender. I knew what that would actually be something kind of nice to custom make, an AO crystal. You probably have to make it like a resin or something, right? Again, I get that orange glow from inside. A rough piece of vitrine. Stick a light under it. Now, I could get rid of the seamline on this if I really wanted to. I could do that. Got enough time filing that other bit. So. Riveting seam lines and RG Zaku head pipes. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. If they end up making an RG Zaku 2.0, I would expect those energy pipes to come on the runner as a single piece, like they did with the Epion's heat rod. And sometimes Bandai don't do the obvious 2.0s, 3.0 as they should do. Like after the RX-78 MG 3.0, it would be a logical assumption that we would make a Zaku 2 3.0 as well, right? Nope. Or with the Origin Gundam getting a Master Grade, surely the Zaku, which is the star of the anime, could get no Master Grade for the Zaku Origin either. I swear, a Master Grade of the Zaku Origin is like straight up a license to print money. Think of that, how many variants exist of the high grade. Make it more repetitive and make each cable section 2 separate color pieces. Ah, lovely. I may as well just get rid of seamline after all. Like, no point in a half hour seeing it. I could let it dry and work on the legs. I think that worked. Oh, let that dry over there. There should be a very easy seamline to get rid of, though. I seamlines. I do need to go back to the shoulder and kind of clean up out further. Maybe take a piece of tiny slither of runner and kind of just stick it in the gap. Remember to drink water. Would be a good idea. Where's these little nubs? There they are. Missed the nub. Let's get to work on the lags finally. Skip past on. They're done. Bolt this back on itself properly. And I already started the feet, so that's a good head start. The feet are already done. So, haha. Easy peasy. We begin with the right leg. Right runners? Or down here? D and E. What I need. There we go. Let's see. There's an F runner actually. I do need this well, it's fine. One with the B runner? With the F runner. B runner. B. That's the E. And then that. Read that right in a second. Attitude will be either B1. You currently B runner actually. Which you? There you go. Number 15. Roll the right leg. Doing 5. And E6 as well. And C5. Oh, the runner disappeared there. Just wrench the pipes at your washing machine and use those for the Zaku. That's sliding forward. I didn't realize, like, when I'm doing build streams, maybe I should try and get some wireless earbuds. So I don't have to lean forward with a headset hanging up ahead. Hydrating? Okay. Braided sleeves would work too. Some nice braided cables. A situation where I'm going, should I get rid of the seamline? On the leg. I just feel like doing all the seamlines today, huh? I guess with this kit, I've got a little bit obsessed with seamlines, so. I think because it's larger in like scale, like the parts are more obvious. I guess we'll get the other leg and do that at the same time. Man, may as well, right? Good job. Yeah, I think it's like as time goes on, it's getting more obsessed with it. Which is why the next thing I build, I'm going to either do a rail grade or a master grade because all the beam lines are disguised as panel lines. Opening of this song sounds like the PS2 opening. Hopefully that's it for seamlines for now. I suppose the rifle might be the one thing that has a seamline on it. Right, let's see those parts for that. This is for this. Other parts of the leg, could I build in the meantime, if any? So these parts all attach to this part, so I need to get this part done before I can move to that part. Cool. There isn't really much to the leg, really. Like, this is the leg. This part you made earlier. Mud, mud skirt looking bit. Stretch. I'll get the other parts for this leg. For now. So as soon as let's try for a few more minutes, and I can send that one. And if I don't get around to the other leg, then now it's fine. So what do I need? I need the sea runner. Look at the big rifle there. That's gonna have some seamlines, huh? Let's take a bit before then. That one already. Number 18. This is the last bit of blue. One kneecap is blue and one's black. large area means we get the larger part of the standing sponge. That's the underside. The line's pretty much gone. The upper end, however, will be slightly more awkward because not a level surface. It's near perfect, not quite. The seamline at the front isn't fully filled, unfortunately. That looks reasonable. This goes on to here.
orientation of this piece.
Ah, I see. go. This piece goes there. And then that goes on to here. And tidy up this piece. The right way around. Hmm. Now there's a sticker for that knee piece there. I'm thinking like that. Better use a Gundam marker. Perhaps. Was that little circular piece there? It has a sticker just plump on top of it. But like it's a raised piece, I want to get detail the whole thing colored. That would be smarter. Not gonna do it right now though. Oh, I see you with a sticker. Actually, 2 stickers. One around the edge, one on the top. Yeah, hell no. Paint that one later. I'm going with the kneecap. And we grab one of these. Set of wheels. Walk it into here. Satisfying click. Grab one of the feet. Angle the ankle. I just need this mud flap looking bit. Which does require a sticker, but I'm not putting it on the now. Where's that other nub? There it is. Ooh, nice. 100% process. All runners confirmed spent and discarded. OCD is fulfilled. Very good. I've completed the leg. Well, I sticker on there still, but we'll do that later. As for the other leg, well, I'll need to clean up the seamline on this part first, and then work through the other bit, and then that will be done relatively easily. There's that little shoulder weapon, which I need to get this nub bar, the seamline on this as well. The rifle, which probably have massive seams in the middle. Then I'm going to do a wee detail pass because some panels that need to be a slightly darker gray. There's this little bit on the ankle, right here on the leg, a little circular bit. Now it has a sticker to go on the top of the circle and then a wrap around the bottom of it. Like, no, not doing that. That is going to look like shit. Like stickers into like the recessed areas like that, that's fine. Wrapped around these arm pistons because it has a decal on it as well. Yeah, that's probably fine. But that, God no. I'll probably just Gundam marker it because I think it's meant to be the same color as those little gray bits on side there, which were supposed to be stickers as well. I'll get the Gundam marker out for that later. As for right now, though, I think I might call it there for the day. 4.5 hours. So what we've got to do still, we've got to finish the second leg, build the rifle, detail pass, including panel lining, the decals, and oh yeah, maybe have a second crack at this seamline on the shoulder armor. Which if I get like a tiny piece of runner, like a wee slither of it, kind of just thinking that you can't. Just clean up a bit more. The seam line is still visible. Barely, but still there. I can still see it. But I will wrap it up there for today. I think. Bone. Islands. Right. Okay, doke. Yeah, good restream. I mean, we got the horns done, which the seamline is gone on those, which is I think what ate a lot of time. I mean, it's super faint, but it's like it's basically gone. Unless I'm looking like super close to it, you're not going to see the seamlines on the horns. So that's success there. Same goes for the upper part of the leg. Like, to click in, it does click. I haven't clicked down the ankle properly. Yeah. There we go. It was a bit loose. So good work on seam lines. Still have to file that piece. And then the other thigh. Not to mention probably the rifle. I think I've said this already. I'm doubling back on myself. But I'm really satisfied with how it's coming along. Like, I've been taking my time with it. It's been taking a bit longer, but I'm satisfied. So I'd say at least another stream. Considering how long I spent on the stuff on this, I might think might even be another 2 streams, honestly. Get this finished off. As for the next stream, I already said tomorrow. Xenoblade Chronicles X. Start this. Start that tomorrow. I will put up schedule in a bit. And the question remains, do we just play Xenoblade for 2 days in a row? Or do Xenoblade tomorrow and then XCOM on Saturday and then work on this on Tuesday? Decisions. But of course, I will let you all know on socials and Discord. Alright, let's see if there's anyone to raid. Let's see. Tilting my head. I can see who's alive. Let's see. Artist. Pull it away so it's not behind my light. Look. I'm going to raid. DP who's currently doing some house flipper. Vroid. Halloween. I will be back tomorrow for my very first time playing Xenoblade Chronicles X. Until then, have an awesome day, have an awesome evening, and if I don't see you, have an awesome week/weekend. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing out.